between the Phillies and the Atlanta Braves. The tarp was taken off about a half hour ago. The grounds crew did a great job getting the playing field ready for tonight's ball game. The lineup cards are being exchanged, and Phillies are coming off a successful road trip, but it didn't end all that successfully. Garrett Jones's home run yesterday against Jay Happ, a 2-run shot, eventually gave the Pirates a 1-run victory. So the Phillies 4-3 on this road trip. And as we head back into the East, you see the Phillies' overall record. That's the smaller number, and what they've done in the National League East. Now, Wheels, they've done that even with a 4-8 record against the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah, well, they caught up to them a little bit, Tom, with a really good series down in Atlanta. Lost the middle game of that 3-game series, but yeah, it started right out here on opening night, on a Sunday night. The Braves beat the Phillies, then they beat them again, then the Phillies came from behind and beat them when their pitchers walked the ballpark on ring day, on ring ceremony day. Then they lost 2 out of 3 to them again. So, you know, when you play the Braves, they're a lot like you're playing Florida. You know you're going to see a tough starting pitcher. And Pedro Martinez on his way out to the mound will face a tough guy in Tommy Hanson tonight.
Well, the Phillies' 30-20 record against the National League East. It's the second best record of any National League team against their division. The Dodgers have the best record. They're 35-16 against the West. Here's the Braves lineup for Game 1. Matt Diaz is the leadoff batter for the 3rd straight game. He's in right field. Martin Prado, the second baseman, hits second. Chipper Jones mired in somewhat of a slump right now. He'll hit third. Brian McCann is the cleanup batter. Garrett Anderson's in left field batting 5th. Yunel Escobar is an 11-game hitting streak. He'll hit 6th. Adam LaRoche will be the first baseman batting 7th. Batting 8th is Ryan Church, and hitting 9th is the rookie right-hander Tommy Hanson. And they'll be opposed by veteran right-hander Pedro Martinez, making his 4th start in the Phillies uniform. 2-0 with a 5.14 ERA, and he went 6 pretty good innings his last time out.
Yeah, he was fine in that game in New York. Got off to a rocky start. He'll do that in some games. In fact, the last time he faced the Braves last year in September, he gave up some runs in the 1st inning, then settled down against them. You know, Pedro's one of those veteran pitchers that you like to get him early if you can. The guy really knows how to pitch. You know, you put down all these pitches he throws. And the whole key to Pedro Martinez, of course, is to command his pitches. He cannot pitch in the middle of the plate anymore because he just doesn't have that kind of velocity.
Well, the other thing, too, is last 2 starts, he's allowed at least 1 run in the 1st inning of those ball games. 1 and 2 runs in his last 2 starts.
Yeah, and that's not unusual, as we say, for a veteran starting pitcher. They'll do that a lot of times. And you know, he doesn't want to do it, but, you know, it takes him a little while to get settled down. It is time now for our Keys Take Chrysler Jeep Keys to tonight's It's Amazing. We're getting started on time here, the way it rained around this area. Well, here we go again with another team to try and put away. The Braves are right there with the Phillies. They're not right there, but they're behind them, and the Phillies could really hurt them winning some games this weekend. And the vet against the kid. This is a heck of a matchup tonight. Pedro Martinez, a Hall of Famer, against Tommy Hanson, who's a really good young pitcher. And there's a guy that drives the engine of their offense, Brian McCann.
Yeah, he's kind of taken over from Chipper Jones as the guy that drives the engine. Well, Matt Diaz will lead things off. Diaz batting in the leadoff spot, riding a 5-game hitting streak, and his numbers in August have been unbelievable. He is healthy, and he's playing just about every day because Nate McLouth is on the disabled list. So they've kind of restructured their outfield defense.
And he's leading off the last couple of games.
And he swings at the first pitch, and he pops it to right field. It's pretty deep, but Jason Worth is on the edge of the track. 1 away.
It's one of the things he does against the Phillies a lot, too, is he hurts them on balls to right and right center.
So 1 pitch, 1 set aside. During the 2009 season, Turkey Hill will contribute $100 for each Phillies victory and 5 cents for each carton of Phillies Grand Slam ice cream, sold to support the Phillies youth baseball and softball programs. So 1 away. Here's Martin Prado. Prado was 2 for 14 on the homestand for the Braves. He didn't play a whole lot because he's really been battling some headaches. He's been in and out of the lineup over the last couple of weeks because of those headaches. But I'll tell you what, he has hit well against the Phillies this year.
Well, he started that game against the Phillies that hot Saturday afternoon. I remember he came out of that game, and he's been struggling with it ever since.
Bobby Cox's team at 67-60, 7 games off the pace. And the count 2 balls and 1 strike to Prado. Prado since the 2nd of June. That's when he was put into the starting lineup for the injured Kelly Johnson. He's hit over 320. And a change up pole towards shortstop. Nice hop for Jimmy Rollins. 2 away. Phillies fans, during tonight's Phillies game, don't just watch, play along live online at csnphilly.com. You can make predictions, answer trivia, chat with friends, and earn points to win great prizes. Play Friday Night Fever right now by logging on to csnphilly.com, keyword fever. And there's Ricky Bo and Michael Barkan, and Ricky's 2 daughters are with them as well, and they certainly have brightened up that shop. Good Chipper Joe.
That's a good way to put it.
And there they are. Although Ricky and Michael look very nice tonight. Hi, ladies. Fly ball to center field. Boy, this is a good start for Pedro Martinez. As long as Raul Ibanez can take care of it, he does. 1, 2, 3, go the Braves here at the top of the first. 7 pitches for Pedro. So he's getting a chance to bat in a scoreless game. They weren't sure if this one was going to get started on time. It has. And here's Charlie Manuel's starting lineup. Leading it off at shortstop, Jimmy Rollins. Shane Victorino bats second, followed by Chase Utley, the second baseman. Ryan Howard, well, he's been red hot this month, and he's had a good career against the Braves as well. He bats cleanup. Jason Worth hits fifth. Raul Ibanez in left field hits sixth. Pedro Feliz, the number 7 batter. Carlos Ruiz bats 8th, and batting 9th, and pitching, of course, is Pedro. And they'll be opposed by right-hander Tommy Hanson, a 6'6" 23-year-old who is celebrating his birthday today. 15th start of the year. He's 9-2 with a 3.12 earned run average.
Well, Phillies think Jay Happ's rookie of the year. The Braves think this kid is, and he's a tremendous young pitcher. We saw him a game in spring training, and he was really impressive in that game at Disney World in Orlando, when the Phils went up there on a Sunday afternoon to play the Braves. That's a scouting report on it from Southwest Airlines. He kind of hooks the ball a little bit too and hides it. You'll see right there. You see how he hooks it?
And Jimmy chops it to first. LaRoche has it. So both leadoff batters are retired on 1 pitch in this ball game. Well, they say one of the reasons why Hanson's been so successful, really because of the 2 breaking balls he has, the curve and the slider. And he hides the ball, as Will said, very well. And that's really the story for Jay Happ, too, is that he hides the ball exceptionally well, but in a different way.
There's Jay, who just pitched great last night, but that's baseball. 1 pitch, and all of a sudden you're going from maybe winning a game and having a tremendous night to having your head down.
Here's Shane Victorino, who's taking a look at Tommy Hanson and takes that pitch low. Well, it's 70s night here at the ballpark. All fans received a Cabrini College knit cap in honor of 70s night. And that video board should be pretty entertaining all night long. Off the end of the bat, a flare to right field. Diaz coming in. 2 away.
Well, both these pitchers, at least through 5 batters, are making quick work of it. Oh, look at that look. That's the old that's the old vet look, the hot pants patrol from back in the 70s. Wow. I think those unis were still around.
Phillies ball girls are modeling those hot pants outfits. Pretty sharp. And, well, what are you going to say about that outfit to the right?
Well, Oh, Matt.
Wheels, did you dress like that when you were in the 70s?
No. I know I had friends that did, though. I have to admit it.
You didn't have sunglasses like that?
No.
Here's Chase Utley.
Never going to be that.
I know you wore plaid pants, though.
Well, I worked with Larry Schenk. You had to. That was part of the office attire.
Well, there's Chase. His hair looking a little shaggy there. And it's a 70s retro night, looking like John Travolta at Saturday Night Live.
They got to be killing these guys in the dugout.
Or Saturday Night Fever, I should say.
Saturday Night Fever.
I'm showing my age. Saturday Night Live is my generation. Right. Saturday Night Fever is, well,
70s.
Yeah.
It's the Bee Gees.
1 ball, 1 strike the count to Chase. Chase is tied for 3rd in the league in runs scored with 91. And he takes a breaking ball for a strike.
70s were good to the Phillies, too, because they turned their organization around in the 70s and went from all those young players in the farm system that started to win championships. Never could get to a World Series, unfortunately, but had some great teams and great players here in the 70s.
Chased out on strikes. Another breaking ball from Tommy Hanson. He's shown a pretty good curve in this first inning. Phillies are retired in order. We head to the second. Scoreless game. Well, both teams went down in order in their half of the first. We begin the top of the second with Brian McCann against Pedro Martinez. And McCann takes one outside. It's 1 ball and no strikes. See what McCann has done against Pedro. 5 for 21. He does have a home run. And a fastball misses inside. 2-0.
McCann has really been swinging the bat well, and he got those glasses at some point this year. He's really having a lot of trouble with his eyes. He couldn't wear contact lenses, and since he was fitted with those glasses, it's really helped him.
Well, he's hit in 4 consecutive games. He's got 5 homers in his last 10 ball games.
He really looks to pull now, and you have to play him in a pull defense. He looks middle in, and he doesn't miss many pitches hard in the middle of the plate. Now you see that pull defense.
Since 2006, Brian McCann is the leader or among the leaders in a whole lot of offensive categories for a catcher, and he sends one in the air deep to right field, down toward the corner. Fair or foul? It is a foul ball.
Oh boy. Randy Marsh, who's the crew chief, who had some decisions tonight whether or not this game, the game is in the hands of the umpires because it's the last series that the Braves are here. So Randy Marsh was involved in that tonight, and he got a slider there that hung out over the plate a little bit and hit it foul as it's starting to spritz again. Fans are headed for shelter.
Yeah, it rained pretty hard from about 4 o'clock, oh no, about 3 o'clock on until about 45 minutes before the start of the ball game. And McCann sends one in the air to left field. Over toward the line goes Ibanez. One away.
Well, they don't want to double up this weekend. So they're going to do everything they can to get the game in tonight. The Braves are not. You can't keep the Braves on Monday because they're playing in Florida. The Phillies have an off day Monday, but the Braves do not. So you need to play these 3 games this weekend.
Well, Charlie Manuel was asked before the ball game what would he rather do. He said, hey, if I'm here, I want to play.
Right. Everybody usually feels that way.
Garrett Anderson takes a breaking ball for a strike.
Because you know the consequences involved. If you don't play, then you have to double up.
Line drive towards center field. That's going to drop in for a base hit. So the game's first hit is a single by Garrett Anderson. And he's been hot lately, so he's aboard with 1 out. Well, this Tuesday at 7:05, the Phillies and the San Francisco Giants will begin a 3-game series. That first game is Motrin IB Ladies Night, a Phillies All-Star print for all women 15 and over. It's the final week before Labor Day. Take advantage of the end of the summer. Order now at Phillies.com. With 1 out and a runner on first, Escobar stands in. Escobar has hit in 11 consecutive ball games for the Braves. And he takes one just off the outside corner. Escobar overall hitting .305 with 12 homers and 62 RBIs. And Pedro is just missing with these pitches here in the second inning. Angel Hernandez is the home plate umpire. Escobar is 3rd in the league at hitting against right-handers. He's hitting .333 against them. And he's also one of the best hitters with runners in scoring position. And you saw what he's done there with runners on, hitting .355. Down low, ball 4. He walks on 4 pitches. So runners on first and second here in the second inning. Well, we saw Randy Marsh. We saw Angel Hernandez. The other 2 umpires, Lance Barksdale's at second. And Marvin Hudson is around at third. And with 1 out and 2 runners on, here's Adam LaRoche. LaRoche hitting .276. He has 20 homers and 58 RBIs. And he's got 2 runners on here, and he has been smoking hot since he was reacquired by the Braves. He's hitting .390.
Always been a second half guy.
And he pulls that one. A liner caught by Ryan Howard, and he can't double up Escobar. Ryan couldn't get his footing right away. And he thought about diving toward the first base bag.
The 2 guys out there looked like they were on skates trying to get back. See Escobar right there. Whoa! And here comes Ryan Howard. He couldn't quite get there. And of course, there's nobody to throw it to.
Felt that one right in his pocket. Right on the heel of the glove. 2 down now. And that'll bring Ryan Church to the plate. Church has hit it 4 straight. Hitting .277 overall. 4 homers and 39 runs batted in. Was a teammate of Pedro Martinez's last year in New York. And you see what he's done with the Braves since Atlanta traded Jeff Francoeur for Church. And Francoeur's numbers have certainly been better, but they say Church has fit in nicely with the Atlanta Braves.
Pretty good 8-hole hitter.
1-1.
Yeah,
Good changeup.
This guy in the 8th hole against a right-handed pitcher. Man, that's tough. Here's a changeup from Pedro, and it had that fade and sink to it. And great arm speed.
Trying to come inside. It's a little too far inside with that slider. 2-1 to Church. Pedro in his 3 starts with the Phillies is 2-0 with a 5.14 ERA.
Still talking about trying to get comfortable in the stretch too. And you know, here he is with a couple men on. He walked first batter he had a pitch to in the stretch, then he walked the next one.
There's a good pitch, and it's 2-2. Pedro has been very honest with his assessment, his own assessment of what he needs to work on and what he feels comfortable with. And Ryan Church, numbers good lately with runners in scoring position, has a runner at second with 2 outs. The count 2-2. Change up called strike 3. It came back over the inside part of the plate. That's vintage Pedro Martinez. And he retires the last 2 batters after 2 runners got on base. Pedro is through 2, picks up his first strikeout of the night, getting Ryan Church. Martinez with 2 runners on base in the top of the second inning was able to get the final 2 batters he faced, including Ryan Church, on this changeup that came back over the inside part of the plate. Ryan Church thought it was low, but Angel Hernandez liked it. And it's time now for our Geico quote of the day, and it comes from Charlie on Pedro Martinez's progression. I think we'll get a real good read on him in a couple of starts. By then he'll be stretched out. He's close now, but I think the next 2 starts will definitely tell you where he can take us in a game. 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 800-947-AUTO.
Yeah, and he had one game where he had to come out of it because of the rain, and Jamie did a great job that night, Jamie Moyer. You know, you don't want to see Martinez's start tonight get interrupted by rain.
Well, Ryan Howard leads things off here in the bottom of the second. Look at Ryan Howard's look. The big piece has got a big hat on. Sarge is going to love that one.
For some reason, you want to start singing that song, Shaft. Can you see that? Huh? Does that fit?
Yeah, it does fit.
I mean, that's all I'm going to go with it because I can't remember the words to it. But that was a neat song. I'm trying to remember. It was from a movie.
Breaking ball outside, 2 balls and 1 strike.
I'm John Shaft.
Well, you saw what Shaft has done lately for the Phillies in the month of August. 9 home runs.
Boy, Ryan's been unbelievable.
In the air to left field. Garrett Anderson to the warning track. To the wall. It's gone! Opposite field for Ryan Howard. It's his 36th of the year. And the Phillies lead it 1-0.
Welcome home. Remember last night in the game in Pittsburgh, Ryan hit a ball late in that ball game, and we said, well, tomorrow night, that's a home run. Well, it's tomorrow night, it's tonight, and it's a home run here.
Well, Kim Frankenfield of Walnut Port, Pennsylvania, you've just won $100. You are the lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant.
Little breaking ball up and out over the plate, and Ryan Howard lofted it towards the front row. I think kind of kicked back. Here's another look at it, and he's taking a look, and then going to his trot right there as that guy dropped it.
36 home runs, 109 runs batted in for Ryan Howard. He's got 10 home runs here in the month of August, and that matches his high for a month this year. Second time this season he's hit 10 home runs in a month.
Jason Worth has that Beatles look from the 70s when they were into that yoga and stuff.
Well, he sure does. 1-1 the count to Jason, and he lays off.
There it is. Remember that Beatles went through that stage. That's what he looks like.
You know, the interesting thing is that I think I've seen him with that style mustache.
Well, yeah, he could do that.
2 balls, 2 strikes the count to Jason. Tommy Hansen's only allowed 9 home runs and now 87 2/3 innings.
That's the 6-1 to a left-handed hitter.
And Jason's down on strikes. Another good breaking pitch. That was the slider from Hansen. We've seen him get Utley on the curve and now Worth on the slider.
Oh, as the rains are starting to come down, he had more of a tendency to the curve to the left-handed hitters, the slider to the right-handed hitters. This is a little bit of a rainmaker right here as he hit that way up in the air. And they're going to call time.
Wow, they're going to put the tarp on the field as Mike Buckholder will go out and talk to Randy Marsh, the crew chief. As the rain really started picking up the last few minutes, Phillies lead it 1-0 here in the bottom of the second inning. And you know, this happened a couple starts ago to Pedro Martinez. He had to leave after 3 innings.
And then, so we're talking about it. And then Jamie Moyer came in and pitched 6 innings. So,
and there's Pedro just soaking it all in.
Pedro's looking up like me. He talked about some weird stuff's been happening when I have my starts, and here we go again tonight.
Well, a group conversation next to him. There's Pedro in the dugout. He's just looking out at the video board right now, and he's hoping this delay is not going to be that long. You know, because Charlie talked the last time that, you know, once it got past a half hour, that's when, you know, they knew that they were going to go to the bullpen. Bobby Cox, his team knows the importance of this 3-game series. The Phillies want to put some distance between themselves and the Braves are thinking, well, we can get ourselves right back in the race if we have a successful weekend here in Philly.
There's Pedro.
And the crowd heading for some cover. Tommy Hansen heading toward the clubhouse. Well, the only run in tonight's ball game is a solo home run by Ryan Howard. That came to begin the bottom half of the second inning. So we're in a rain delay here in Philadelphia. The tarp is going on the field. A few minutes after, Ryan Howard went out of the yard. Phillies clubhouse for your viewing pleasure when we return. as possible, not only in the stands, but also on the playing field. Pedro Martinez just finished his warm-up tosses in the bullpen. So after a delay of what's going to be a little more than an hour, and then whatever length of time the Phillies need here in the bottom of the second inning, he's going to come back out and pitch. And so is Tommy Hanson, the starting pitcher for the Atlanta Braves. There's Randy Marsh talking to Pedro Martinez and Rich Doobie. And, you know, it hasn't really rained much harder than it's raining right now, with the exception of maybe the first 5 minutes or so after they put the tarp on the field. So I guess Randy Marsh is figuring, all right, well, it's not going to get any harder than this. Let's get this baby rolling again.
And this is their decision, too, you know, that he is the crew chief, and this game is in the hands of MLB right now because of the last trip in by the Atlanta Braves. And see what both these starters can do now coming back out. Sometimes, you know, it has an effect on them. Sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, there are different techniques that pitchers use during delays. And, you know, one of the techniques is to throw a simulated game in the batting cages underneath the stadium just to keep their arm fresh. Maybe an inning or two, depending on how long the delay is. So here we go. After a little more than an hour, the Braves have taken the field. 1 out here in the bottom of the second inning. Phillies lead it 1-0. And Raul Ibanez batting for the first time tonight. And we restart at 8:34 Eastern time. So it's 1 hour and 3 minutes. That's the delay. And the 0-1 to Ibanez is hit foul off the end of the bat down the left field side. And it's 0-2. Raul hitting .281 with 27 home runs and 79 runs batted in. And he has been mired in a long slump. 9 for his last 61. And he's down on strikes. A breaking ball dug out of the dirt by Brian McCann. Third strikeout for Hanson. And 2 away.
Hanson got hurt on the curveball that he threw to Ryan Howard. That was a home run ball. A little bit out over the plate and up. This one's really good and down, as you see there. And that's what I remember about him, and also since I've been watching him on TV in some Braves games, he throws the curveball to left-handed hitters, the slider more to right-handed hitters. Doesn't mean it's 100%, but pretty much that pattern. And that's what a lot of right-handed pitchers will do that have 2 breaking balls. Blanton does that.
Pedro Feliz, the batter, and he swings and misses at a breaking ball. That's the slider, and the count is 0-1.
It's a little bit harder as opposed to the curveball, which is more of a 12-6 kind of a straight down looping type of breaking ball.
Pedro was 4 for 26 on the most recent road trip. Well, just to let you know a little bit about Tommy Hanson, he was a 22nd round pick in 2005.
Never know, do you?
And it wasn't really until last year that he emerged as a top pitching prospect for the Braves. And what a year he had in 2008 between single A and double A. In fact, combined he was 11-5 through 138 innings, but he threw a no-hitter on the 25th of June in Double-A and struck out 14 in that game. And Feliz puts a charge at one, sends it toward the gap in left center field, and that one is off the top of the wall. And Pedro, with just 4 hits on the most recent road trip, has a double with 2 outs here in the second inning.
Well, that didn't look like it was high enough to go out when he hit it, but it just kept staying in the air. It wouldn't dive. And at the last second, it looked like maybe it's going to sneak over the fence out there. It just hit off the bottom of that fence where the flowers are. See it right here. It was a fastball. He got a good swing at it. And it hits the fence right there on the top of the wall. Actually, it hits the top of the wall when you see the replay. And it's just not high enough to get out, but he had a good swing at it.
So he's at scoring position with 2 outs here at the bottom of the second inning. Carlos Ruiz, the hitter. Carlos has driven in 7 in his last 9 games. But he was 2 for 15 on the road trip. And he drew the short straw when it comes to the video board and the pictures. I'm not sure what's worse, the necklaces, the hair, or the fist.
That's great stuff. It really is.
Oh, and 1 that counts to Carlos. And he pops it foul. It's 0-2. Tommy Hanson, when he was drafted in 2005, was what you call or called a draft and follow. He was drafted in June of 2005, but did not sign until the following year, right before the draft. Up until 2007, Major League Baseball teams could do that. They could draft a kid and then follow him in the junior college ranks, or even, follow him, for the next 10, 11 months, even longer than that. Sign him before the following draft. But you can't do that anymore.
Right. And that's why they were able to get this guy the 22nd pick, because you look at him and you think, wow, this guy looks like the #1 pick. Big, tall, lanky guy, big shoulders, great delivery. Even though he hooks the ball a little bit, he still has a really strong delivery.
Well, he went to Redlands Community College, and that's where he spent that first year, and the Braves followed him and then signed him right before the 2006 draft.
He's a Southern California kid.
Ball gets away from McCann, shoots toward the Phillies dugout, and Feliz will go to third. Just the second wild pitch.
That's amazing, too, that he only has one wild pitch with that hard breaking ball. I guess you have to give Brian McCann and Ross, our other catcher, David Ross, some credit. But how the heck can you block that thing when he bounces one like that? And this is almost impossible. Really a tough one. And you see, he did get his glove down there. It just kicked off the heel of the glove, but he would have had his body in front of it. But the glove directed it towards the dugout.
So Feliz is on third with the count 1-2 to Carlos. With 2 outs here in the bottom of the second inning. Feliz lead it 1-0. Tries to check his swing. It's taken outside. No appeal. And it's 2-2. Manson's having trouble gripping that breaking pitch. Pedro Martinez waits on deck. He had a big RBI in his last start. Slider swung on and missed as Carlos tried to hold his swing, but he went around. 3 strikeouts in the inning for Hanson, but 1 hour and 12 minutes ago in this half inning, Ryan Howard gave the Phillies a 1-0 lead with an opposite field home run. We head to the third, and it looks like the Tart might be coming back on the field. Phillies lead it 1-0. Randy Marsh, well, he obviously looked frustrated as he was coming off the field because, sometimes Mother Nature is very difficult to figure out. And tonight is one of those nights that it's very difficult to figure out when the rain is going to subside. Bobby Cox seemed to be in agreement when Randy Marsh went over to the dugout and said, I have to put the tarp on the field. Ryan Howard's home run has given the Phillies a 1-0 lead, and the hope is that we will resume this ball game at some point. It's difficult after looking at the radar to tell you how long this delay is going to be, how long the rain is going to be in the area. It's been raining on and off really since 3 p.m. today. It's been harder at times than it is right now, but I don't think Randy Marsh really liked Wheels the way the infield dirt was starting to gum up while that half inning was going on.
No, and it started to rain a little bit harder, too. It's just, I guess they're just kind of caught in between tonight where they're just not sure what to do. You know, 1 minute it lets up and it's just real light, and then it starts to rain again. And almost feels kind of tropical here tonight.
Well, there is the tropical storm that is off the coast right now, off the East Coast. And there was some thought that that tropical storm would bother the area tomorrow, and that remains to be seen. So the Phillies, some of them will hang in the dugout, and some of the Braves will hang in their dugout as well. And the fans, well, they'll hang under their umbrellas with their ponchos on, enjoy what is been a very quick 2 innings on the field, but a very long 2 innings on the clock. We're at a rain delay here in Philadelphia at Citizens Bank Park, and we are going to rejoin our game, a Latino influence in baseball. grounds crew has gotten the playing field just about finished off, then Jamie will be out on the mound for the Phillies. It'll be the second time that he will pick up for Pedro Martinez. The last time was on the 18th of August. He threw 6 scoreless innings, and the Phillies are hoping for the same kind of outcome tonight. In fact, they'll need one more inning from Jamie if he is indeed going to finish this ball game off. And you see some of the Phillies players and coaches like Jimmy Rollins emerging from the clubhouse one more time after this rain delay. This one not as long as the other one. The other one was an hour and 3 minutes. This rain delay began at 8:41 Eastern time, and we're zeroing in on 9:20 Eastern time. So, this one's not going to be as long. And the only run of the game came off the bat of Ryan Howard.
Who was that guy that just showed up there?
With that shaft photo up on the video board in left field.
There's the home run by Ryan Howard. Pedro Feliz has missed one before we went to the second rain delay. And it's been kind of a weird night. They're going to bring Chris Medlin in to pitch. They're going to have to bring a pinch hitter out when this inning and game resumes. There's Ryan with the home run. I mean, he wants to keep playing. He'd like that to count because, of course, if this game had been rained out at that point, nothing would have counted. It's like he didn't even start the game.
Well, the Phillies are just stretching right now up the right field line. And the Braves will bat when we get set to resume. Top of the third inning, 1-0 Phillies. We'll be back after this. From their locker room, but Phillies players are still stretching up the right field line. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, one final score from earlier today. The Cubs defeated the Mets 5-2. Alfonso Soriano hit a 3-run home run for Chicago. That was the difference in that ball game. Ted Lilly pitched real well in that game for the Cubs. The Padres lead the Marlins 8-3 in the bottom of the 6th inning. Everett Cabrera 2 for 5 with a double and 2 RBIs for the Padres. Kyle Blanks hit a long home run for San Diego, and then he was lifted from the game with an apparent injury. Top of the 5th inning, the Nationals and the Cardinals tied at 1. Matt Holliday, he has a base hit, a run scored, a double for St. Louis. And this is the way the standings look in the National League East. The Phillies 7 ahead of the Braves and 7 ahead of the Florida Marlins. 17, by the way, ahead of the Mets, and 28.5 ahead of the Washington Nationals. There's been a lot of changes in the lineup tonight, including the 2 pitchers. That'll change in just a few moments. And speaking of lineup changes, take a look at this.
Hey, Skip, got the new lineup?
No way. Interesting. Lead off.
Seriously?
Really? Introducing Comcast Sportsnet's new nightly lineup.
Well, I had no idea that Wheels was a thespian. I didn't realize you took drama classes at Penn State.
I'm glad you explained what a thespian is.
That Barney Rubble, what an actor.
I'm telling you, how about that, huh?
You were very good in that. You were very natural. How long did it take you to memorize those lines?
Well, we changed them a couple times.
Always thinking on the fly, that Chris Wheeler.
Yeah, well. I was supposed to come in and do something that day. We were going on the road that afternoon.
To Chicago.
Yeah, I thought I was going to come in and one person was going to be here like we usually do, read something.
Big old production?
Oh, my God. It's unbelievable. There were like 50 people out in the hallway.
Well, Wheels, you're an important man.
Yeah. Well, thanks.
Well, Jamie Moyer is loosening up on the mound for the Phillies, and he'll take over for Pedro Martinez as we start the top of the third inning. See Jamie's numbers, 24th game. He's 11-9, a 5.22 ERA. He hasn't pitched since the 18th of August, and that's what he picked up for Pedro, and through 6 scoreless innings against the Arizona Diamondbacks. It was his first relief appearance since 2004, and it was his first relief win since 1996. It was a span of 13 years and 95 days. And the last pitcher to go that long was Jose Rio, who went from 1988 to 2002 in between wins out of the bullpen.
And we wonder what they would do with Hanson. Hanson's spot, he's due up. It looks like he's going to hit, and then Medlin will come in and pitch. So Bobby Cox does not want to use an extra man up here in the third inning of the game. So pitcher is in the on-deck circle. Tommy Hanson. There's Chris Medlin getting ready to come into the game. So Hanson will come up, have an at-bat, but he will not pitch anymore tonight.
So Medlin will continue to loosen up. Jamie Moyer just got a very nice round of applause as he was introduced. And Tommy Hanson will bat. Hanson credited with 2 innings so far. He's allowed 2 hits and 1 run. The 1 run was a home run to Ryan Howard. So here we go. Jamie Moyer back to work for the first time since the 18th of August. And he delivers a strike on a swing. And the count is 0-1. Jamie, in that relief outing against the Arizona Diamondbacks, was right around the plate the entire time. And the Diamondbacks were extremely aggressive, and he really fed off that aggressiveness.
Well, the first batter that faced him got a hit.
Yeah, that was Ryan Roberts.
But in this case, he gets to face a pitcher. It's really weird, huh? Pitcher still in the game. He's going to come up and hit, and then his night's over.
Well, Hanson's night is probably over. He's down on strikes, 1 away here in the top of the third inning. First strikeout for Jamie. And now back to the top of the order for the Atlanta Braves. Pedro Martinez, by the way, went 2 innings. He allowed 1 hit, walked 1, struck out 1. And how about his outings this year?
They can't get him stretched out. They just, they keep trying to see whether they can get him. He pitched 6 last time, but there's Hanson. He'll be finished. They're not going to risk a young pitcher like him going through 2 rain delays and sending. Josh Johnson wound up hurting himself after a rain delay with Florida, and he had Tommy John surgery. So they're certainly not going to take a chance on that, it would appear.
Joe Girardi, the manager of the Marlins at the time, he was really criticized for bringing Josh Johnson back. 1-2 the count to Diaz. He flied out to right to start this ball game a long time ago. Jamie made 172 consecutive starts in between his relief appearances. In the air to right field, that's pretty deep. Worth on the run to the warning track toward the wall. He jumps, and it's off the top of the wall. Diaz to second. He'll stop there. And it's a 1-out double, and Jason looks like he might be hurt.
He banged into that wall pretty hard. That's that Diaz hitting balls to right center. We talked about that his first time up tonight. He wears out that area in right center field. He is really strong, and he's been leading off in the last couple games. And here comes Worth to the wall, and we couldn't quite see where it hit. He leaps, and it's just above his glove.
He tracked it down, kept Diaz at second, his 14th double. Here's Prado, and he takes a pitch high. Prado grounded out to Jimmy his first time up, so he's 0 for 1. And Jason still looks like he's in some pain.
Trying to shake it off.
Line drive into center field, a base hit. Diaz is going to stop at third. So back-to-back hits now given up by Jamie. And the Braves have runners on first and third. Time now for the Dodge Stuff the Fans trivia question. Log on to Phillies.com. Go to the fan forums section for all the information. And please submit your answer on the subject line. The question is, who is the last Brave player to hit a home run from both sides of the plate in the same game? The answer will be revealed in the 7th inning.
And this guy comes up, and that seems like it would be an obvious answer, but of course it's way too obvious for the devious people who make up these trivia questions.
Well, they couldn't have planned Chipper Jones coming up.
I understand that. But that would be the first thing you'd think about. Last Brave to hit a home run from both sides of the plate would be Chipper Jones, of course. But it isn't. I know who it is.
You do? Mm-hmm. Oh, boy. Phillies set up the infield for 2.
I think.
1 ball, 1 strike to count to Chipper Jones. Chipper with 423 career home runs. He flied out to left his first time up. Seven hits and 16 at bats lifetime against Moyer. And a little number foul. It's 1-2. And they're asking Jamie to move the rosin bag back behind the mound. It must be in the eye shot of either Chipper Jones or the home plate umpire Angel Hernandez. A little toss over to first. Prado's back standing. Jamie has 257 wins lifetime. And he takes over for Pedro Martinez, who has 216 wins lifetime. And Chipper pops it up. Shallow left. Jimmy Rollins backpedaling. Diaz goes a quarter of the way down the line, 2 away. That's a good pitch right there by Jamie. And he gets Chipper Jones, who's now 3 for his last 37 at the plate.
Yeah, well, Phillies have not caught that guy, Chipper Jones, in a slump very often. It seems like, look, the numbers against the Phillies are unbelievable. But right now, evidently, he's not swinging real well. That pitch is supposed to be in on him. It turns out it's away from him, and he gets out front and pops it off the end of the bat. You saw where Ruiz was set up. Moyer missed his spot and still got him. See Chipper just shaking his head, you know, because when he's swinging well, he probably had a better chance to get at that one.
So he's retired. 2 outs here in the top of the 3rd. And a long conversation between Jamie and Carlos Ruiz. Brian McCann, who has 8 hits and 20 career at bats against Jamie, will bat for the 2nd time tonight. With Diaz on 3rd. And Prado over at first. And it's 1 ball and no strikes. But McCann has really dug in deep in the back of that box.
There are those numbers Tom just gave off Jamie Moore. Yeah, guys that like to hit like that, that means they really want to wait as long as possible, see the ball as long as possible. And yeah, that's as far as you're, you know, legally allowed to go.
He may even be beyond that. 1-1 the count. That one taps the outside part of the plate. Brian McCann didn't think so.
When you know Bobby Cox did. Great shots at him. He was really ticked off, and Church was called out in that changeup. It seemed like about 3 days ago.
Good pitch by Jamie in on the hands. It now runs the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes.
See, trying to come inside and jam McCann. This is the way he pitches Hermito all the time with Florida. And he hit it right where he wanted to, hit the spot, and of course you can't keep that ball fair. Swing at it.
Yeah, Carlos hopped way inside. They go away. It's 2-2. Jamie spent yesterday in Pittsburgh before the ball game throwing a bullpen. I don't know how long that bullpen was, but you know his bullpen sessions are usually pretty long. 2-2 the count. And that one just barely missed. It's 3-2.
But didn't he know it was going to rain tonight?
Probably didn't look at the forecast. But he's known for these long bullpens, and it doesn't usually faze him.
And they try to come back in again with a changeup and just missed inside according to Angel Hernandez.
Runner off first will be going. He takes off. Pitches swung on and missed. What a changeup by Jamie Moyer. He gets Brian McCann swinging on strikes with runners on first and third. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Jamie. He now has 7 scoreless innings out of the bullpen. Nasty pitch. It's on. Oh, bottom of the third inning, Jamie Moyer not only will get a chance to pitch here tonight, but he's going to get a chance to hit. Last time he relieved Pedro Martinez, he also got a chance to hit. I'll tell you about that in a second. But first, let's talk about Chris Medlin. 27th game overall, 3-4 with a 4.02 ERA. He's a guy who has pitched as a starter before in the minor leagues. In fact, last year he started 17 games at Double-A. So Jamie hitting 152. Last time he picked up for Pedro Martinez, he had 2 hits against the Diamondbacks. And he takes the first pitch down low. It's 1-0.
And Medlin has great numbers against left-handed hitters, and that's because of a changeup. He got that flat hat look, a flat brim look, and he pitches from the first base side of the rubber, and that's why he uses that changeup so effectively to left-handed hitters, because he gets all that space to throw across. Look where he well, we'll show it a little bit. Most right-handed pitchers do not start on the first base side like him. See, he's all the way over here, and that's because he wants to use a lot of the area to fade that changeup to left-handed batters.
Fastball taken for a strike to Jamie. Jamie thought that was a little high. 2-2 the count. Jamie lines one foul.
That's what he wears out, that area. They have the left fielder Garrett Anderson over near the foul line. There you see him working all the way from the first base side of the rubber over in here.
See some lefties work the third base side of the rubber when they're out there.
That throw change? Yep. Fernando used to pitch that one. Boy, that one really smoked McCann. That's going to test those goggles. He's throwing, of course, he's throwing more or all fastballs right now. But when the serious left-hander hitters come up, you're going to see a lot of changeups. Here goes another fastball. Boink. Oh man.
JB stays alive, fouls another one off.
Giving him a good at bat.
Medlin has started 4 games this year for the Braves, 2-3 with a 5.85 ERA. This, of course, is not a start, but it's early enough. And a call, strike 3. That looked like a curve from Medlin, and he's got a strikeout to start this 3rd inning. Hey, when you can't follow the Phillies on Comcast Sportsnet, you can follow the action on your iPhone and iPod Touch with MLB.com at-bat 2009. Visit Phillies.com on your iPhone or iPod Touch to purchase today. One away. Here's Jimmy, who's 0 for 1. He grounded out his first time up. That was against Tommy Hanson. Jimmy, over the course of the last month or so, has started to fly up the leaderboard in Phillies history in a number of different categories. He's at 925 runs scored for his career. I mean, he's piling those numbers up. He's going to be over 1,000 runs scored next year. It's pretty impressive.
And he's got a long way to go in his career too. You know, he's got a live body, so you look for him to put up some amazing offensive stats before he calls it a career, and his defense is just consistent.
1-2 is that changeup swung on and missed, and Jimmy is strikeout victim number 2 for Medlin.
You see the numbers from a right-handed pitcher to left-handed hitters as good as Medlin's. He has to have a trick pitch or a changeup. And in this guy's case, you see a grip. You see, we always talk about look for the splits in the fingers. So the splits in the fingers, and the changeup dives down and away.
Two outs for Victorino. Shane flying out to right his first time up. And a breaking ball inside and low. 1 ball and no strikes.
Key to any changeup is arm speed, and you don't even seen him that much, but obviously he must have very good arm speed with that changeup.
He's not a big guy. 5'10" is his listed height.
Got that Chad Cordero look for that hat. You guys are doing that now.
Cordero was one of the first ones to have that hat. That
yeah,
way.
that's the guy I think of right away as the first one I remember wearing it.
Pulled toward first base. LaRoche has got it. Victorino is retired. I don't know if that ball, I don't know if he slipped coming out of the box or what. He did. And he's retired easily. 1-2-3 go the Phillies. We're through 3 finally here in Philadelphia. The Phils leading at 1-0. Out of the games you want to see. You can be on deck to be among the first Phillies fans to lock in their seats with a new 2010 season ticket plan. The Phillies are now taking deposits for all 2010 full and partial ticket plans. For more information, log on to Phillies.com or call 215-463-5000. This is what happened to Shane Victorino on that last out. It is slick around home plate, and whoop, right there, he slipped coming out of the box. So he was retired easily.
Yeah, you get that mud that's in your cleats, and it's all caked up. Hard to get traction.
Well, Jamie Moyer pitching his second inning of relief for Pedro Martinez, facing Garrett Anderson here in the top of the fourth inning. Anderson singled against Pedro his first time up, and that one's in the air deep down the right field line, hooking toward the pole. Foul ball. The corner's been kind of busy tonight with a couple foul balls.
Yeah, he did get out and hook that ball, something off speed. Anderson's been a solid player his whole career.
Well, he's been good too for the Braves since the All-Star break in particular. He's hitting over 300 since the break, and that's what he's done against Jamie for his career.
Bombs, 5 bombs too.
Did you see the look he just gave as he asked for time? Towards second base, Utley to his right. He's got on the edge of the outfield grass. One away. If you're an infielder, you got to be careful, particularly on the edges there, on the infield dirt, outfield grass, because it is pretty slick.
Yep, and picking up the ball might be a little wet, especially in the outfield.
Prior to putting the tarp on the field, after the first rain delay, infield dirt started caking up pretty good. Here's Escobar, and he takes a pitch for a strike. It's 0-1. Escobar walked his first time up. One ball, one strike to count. Sarge, I would think the toughest thing for Jamie going to the bullpen is really routine more than anything else, because he had such a perfect routine for him as a starting pitcher.
Well, when you're starting, it's more pride, I think, Tom, in going to that bullpen. But he's the type of pitcher that could adapt to being able to pitch, and especially like long relief.
Escobar checks his swing. Ruiz wants an appeal. Angel Hernandez says, Right, it's 2-2. Now they appeal.
Well, he's not going to call him out after that. Usually that call is done right away.
I guess the biggest thing, Sarge, with Moyer that I wondered is the routine in between.
Well, he's not able to throw the way that you normally would. You know how he throws his sides and so on.
Which we mentioned, he did throw a side yesterday in Pittsburgh prior to that ball game. Yeah, but Rich Doobie has always said that Jamie can throw every day, and sometimes does throw every day.
And that's just to remain sharp or try and stay in his rhythm, where he's able to hit his spots.
Well, he hit his spot there, and Escobar out in front. He's down on strikes. 3 strikeouts for Jamie. 2 outs.
Well, you like this because he's off balance. You can see already that that ball's outside. He's swinging like it's inside. Well, you just can't get it in the back of your mind to just wait back.
Here's LaRoche. He lined out his first time up, and that's a strike on the outside corner.
Well, hitting against Jamie, it's almost like a knuckleball. You let that ball almost get in the air before you make your move. If you can do that, you're going to have a little bit better success.
Boy, he is painting right now, and LaRoche doesn't think so.
Yeah, it's very simple. When there's a threat of rain like this, you better be swinging. As the umpires are going to call anything that is close. Jamie was called out on a borderline breaking ball. And you know that Bobby's not happy about it. You like that, though, as a player, because he does all the screaming for you. Evident of how many times he's been kicked out of a ball game. See Jamie trying to go right back to that same spot again. If he got the call once, trying to get it again.
That looked like a pretty good pitch. Maybe a little low. 2-2.
Little low. You know what he'll do? Those early strikes, he'll call the early ones.
And LaRoche is down swinging. Back-to-back strikeouts for Jamie Moyer. He has struck out 4 in 2 innings of work. We're through 3.5. Jamie Moyer and Pedro Martinez. They have a 1-0 lead. Is up and leads it off. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day. Must be 18 or older to play. Please play responsibly. Last to the 4th, Chase Utley leads it off against Chris Medlin. He pitched a scoreless 3rd on in relief of Tommy Hanson, who went the first 2 and endured a couple rain delays before he was lifted. Hanson came back after the first rain delay, which was 1 hour and 3 minutes. Pedro was going to come back as well.
Yeah. Yeah, he was warming up, ready to go, but it's just, I don't know exactly how they judge it, whether or not it's time.
Line drive, base hit for Utley toward right center field.
Oh, he's really battling to stay over that 300 mark.
He had a good road trip, but he's hoping he can just continue it here on this home stand. Ryan Howard hit his 36th home run his last time up.
Right, and that's what you call going out and getting that. Well, all right. There's 2 good-looking gentlemen right there.
I'd love to see you with that hat on, Sarge. The one that Ryan's wearing.
Oh. A little tardy on the fastball.
Need I ask whether you had a hat like that back in the 70s?
Not quite like that one, but I don't even want to go there with those hats.
0-1 the count to Ryan. Change up 0-2. Well, this is what happened in the 2nd inning with Ryan at the plate against Tommy Hanson.
Now, this is a good pitch that he hit. Notice how he stayed back on that. Oh, got out, and that's being at home, having some home cooking, ball getting out of the ballpark.
Mentioned that home run for Ryan was his 36th of the year, the 10th here in August. That one's in the air to straightaway center field. On the run is Church to the warning track. Gone! 2-run center field home run for Ryan Howard. 37th of the year, 11th in the month, and the Phillies lead it 3-0.
Brian Taylor, we've seen this act before. When he gets hot, really literally nobody on the team has to do very much as he pointing to the fans, saying, hey, there you go. I think his parents might be at the ball game here tonight. Ryan with 2 bombs so far. Here it is again. Oh, yeah. Cadillac time again, straightaway center field.
How about 32 RBIs here in the month of August for Ryan Howard?
Oh, boy.
32 RBIs.
22nd multi-home run.
1-1 the count to Jason. Boy, he just crushed that one. That was a golf shot.
Hey, it actually looked like he was crouched down to it a little bit more. I'm going to have to ask him about that. Just a little subtle change. If you see a strike coming in there to Jason Worth, sometimes that's all it takes.
Off the end of the bat, a base hit for Jason. So 3 straight hits for the Phillies. And we got something cooking again against Medlin here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
I'll take a look here at Howard again. Straight away center field, and that ball's down, out over the plate. When he gets those arms extended, makes contact, he can hit him out of any ballpark. Oh, boy.
Went to the base of the batter's eye. Guy had a very good view of it landing.
Yeah, you like that sound, too.
Oh.
Pitchers, when they hear that, they're just asking for another ball.
5th multi-home run game of the season for Ryan. He's got 111 RBIs.
Well, you hit those balls out of the ballpark, you're able to catch up real quick with the RBIs. Now, these guys don't manufacture runs the way that you would like, and you often wonder why, because they are good hitters. Sometimes you put too much pressure on yourself with runners on third base, trying to do maybe a little bit too much.
Well, in his last 9 home runs, Sarge, 7 of those 9, another throw over, 3rd straight to try to get word. 7 of those 9, there's been at least 1 guy on base for Ryan.
Right, and that's how you get those RBIs. And Michael Jack Smith used to love that home run. Get an RBI, your average goes up, and you get a run scored. I mean, that's just, doesn't get any better than that.
And Raul in the hole, no balls at 2 strikes.
Golly's still a little bit undecided. Breaking balls, he's been swinging, been a little bit too quick on. And fastball, uncertain about them on location.
Broke his bat toward 3rd. Medlin has to get out of the way of that bat, and it's an around the horn double play started by Chipper Jones. And 2 outs now here in the 4th inning. So Ibanez is 0 for 2. And with 2 away, going to bring Pedro Feliz to the plate. Pedro doubled against Tommy Hanson his first time up. That's as the rains were picking up again here at the ballpark before they put the tarp on the field for a second time. Hit that one right off the top of the wall in left center. And Randy Marsh just said that he held up his swing, so the count 1 ball and no strikes. Well, 2-1 the count to Pedro Feliz. Bottom of the fourth inning here at Citizens Bank Park. Along with Gary Matthews, I'm Tom McCarthy. Fans have endured and players have endured 2 rain delays tonight. As Pedro bounces that toward the hole at shortstop. Escobar smooth and Feliz hustling all the way, just barely thrown out. And the inning is over. But once again, Ryan Howard put a hurt on a baseball. Straight away center field, his second homer of the night. Let's give the Phillies a 3-0 lead. Bank Park. Jamie Moyer will go to work against the bottom of the Braves order. 8-9-1. Ryan Church leads it off. Seems like Jamie's game plan tonight against these left-handed hitters is to pound it inside.
Got to go in to be able to get the ball away.
That's what he does. Cue shot up the third base line. Pedro bare hands, throws off balance, and it goes right past Ryan Howard. Utley trying to back it up and does, and Church will get to second base. That'll be a base hit for Pedro and an error. His 13th error of the year. The error on the throw to allow Church to move up to second base.
Well, you see the ball, it's probably a little bit wet as he gets the ball, kind of slips out of his hand there a little bit. The ball wasn't all that bad, but it was off the mark.
Omar Infante now will bat as a pinch hitter with Church on second base. So Medlin is credited with just 2 innings of work out of the pen for the Braves. Infante's been a good extra man for Atlanta the last couple seasons. Look what he's done this year. Hitting .323 with a couple of home runs and 19 runs batted in.
Well, that's pretty solid, especially with that .319 average.
Shows bunt, takes a pitch for a strike, and it's 0-1. Is he trying to do more than just move Church over to third on that one, sir?
It looked like he was trying to drag bunt. It wasn't a sacrifice. If you sacrifice, you're going to turn around at home plate and go in and give yourself up.
No signs for Brian Snitker, the third base coach. He's taken here, and he takes it inside, 1-1. See what Infante has done against Jamie. 3 for 12 against him in his career. Out in front of another off-speed pitch. It's 1-2. seems to be the bread and butter right now for Jamie.
Good motion on it. He throws that change up. That is his bread and butter. That's his out pitch. Usually when he gets a strikeout, it's on the change up.
1-2 the count to Infante. And a call, strike 3 on the outside corner. It's out number 1, strikeout number 5 for Jamie Moyer.
Well, looked to be another changeup in just a great spot. Being able to get the ball down and away, that's where he wants it. Better be swinging. You got to be swinging with 2 strikes if it's around the plate.
So 1 away for Diaz. He's 1 for 2. Ooh, Bobby Cox still not happy about that call.
No, when he takes that hat off, he means business.
To center field, Victorino frozen, and it's over his head. He misread it. It's off the base of the wall. Round third, heading home is Church. It's an RBI double for Diaz. And the Phillies' lead is cut to 2. It's now 3-1. Second double of the game for Diaz. You always say that ball that's hit right at the center fielder is the toughest one to judge.
Yeah, I didn't know exactly which way to turn on the ball. Not only that, he really kind of hesitated. You got to be off right now. You can see he's still standing still, and that ball is just crushed. If he takes off right away, he may not catch it, but he would have been a lot closer to that ball. Might have been able to grab it.
So still 1 man down. Here's Prado. Braves with 5 hits in this ball game. And that one misses inside, 1-0. Prado singled his last time up. He grounded out to shortstop in the first. Fastball for a strike, 1-1.
Fastball there at 79. Usually he is around 82, but you know that is his fastball because the changeup is 72, 71.
I thought maybe cutter.
Could be cutter coming
Have
back.
as much movement though. Little nubber. That's a foul ball. Hear Jamie yell front.
Yeah, he wants those outs, and he definitely wants the easy outs. That would be balls that wouldn't be hit hard. Church had a swinging bunt.
See Prado's numbers against Jamie: 7 for 15. With a home run, 4 RBIs. He's got a runner in scoring position in Diaz. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Sergeant, it's been since the 18th of August since Jamie's last pitched in a game. At that point, he was pretty close to his last start, so he was stretched out. But I still don't think he's limited in this outing here. Do you?
Well, no, he's going to be able to go as long as he's pitching well, I would think. You know, again, with all the rest, hasn't been pitching. As long as he's strong and hitting the spots, I'm sure Charlie's going to have him out there.
Chopper to the left of the mound. Diaz waits at second. Rollins hurries the throw in time to get Prado. 2 away.
Boy, he's just a good shortstop. I mean, he knows when to throw the ball hard. He has really an underrated arm.
Well, this is the last time Jamie pitched. It was raining during the outset. He was so fine against these Arizona Diamondbacks. Sarge.
In and out, has that breaking ball that's going. There's a line drive, and that's the final line of the game. And as he gets congratulated, way to go, Jamie.
Well, in that ball game, he had 5 strikeouts against the D-backs. He allowed 2 hits over 6 innings. It was his 257th career win.
Boy, a lot of wins. He's had a fine career. Still pitching, obviously.
Chipper takes one down and away, 1-0.
Yeah, Chipper came off that ball as he popped it up. He's got a little bit different approach, it would seem, right now. There's a changeup that he popped up.
Tries to hold his swing. They appeal. Yes, he went around, says Randy Marsh. 1-1.
about if he win or not. Yeah, he's gone. A lot of times you don't know what they're looking for, whether or not the bat crosses the plate or the wrist are gone.
Do you have a certain technique that you had when you would check your swing to try to buy that or sell that?
Well, usually when you're checking too, that you're not sure about the pitch, you're just hoping that you don't go. The guys that throw hard are the ones that usually get you to check swing.
Line drive toward left field. Ibanez over, and he's there to make the grab. And the inning is over. That one hung up nicely for Raul. Jamie strands a runner at second base. He allows a run here at the top of the fifth inning. Bank Park. It's the start of a 3-game series between the Phillies and the Nationals. All 3 games are at 7:05. You can log on now to Phillies.com, even at this hour at 10:13 on this Friday night, and you can make your purchase. Again, log on to Phillies.com and purchase your tickets today for the Phillies against the Nationals. Well, the rain continues to fall here in South Philadelphia. And Eric O'Flaherty is the third pitcher used by Bobby Cox in this game. O'Flaherty will take over for Chris Medlin, who won 2, allowed 3 hits and 2 runs on a 2-run home run by Ryan Howard. Now, this is his 64th game, 1-1 with a 3.59 ERA. They're doing the flex cam right now up on the video board. That's not retro right there.
Well, it is coming down a little harder.
See that cap that youngster was wearing? That's the cap that was given out tonight here on Retro Night, 70s night, thanks to the good folks at Cabrini College. The old Phillies P, the logo right on the front of that, the light blue, the powder blue, which was the color of the Phillies road uniforms back in the 70s. That's a good look.
Oh, it is a good look. That powder blue.
Here's Carlos Ruiz to lead things off, and the count 2 balls and no strikes to Carlos. He couldn't get the retro cap on top of that head of hair he's put on for the evening.
Well, there's a little technique to that, Tom, when you're trying to get that hat on. You got to kind of squeeze that hair down and get a cap, well, a little bit larger than normal.
You're saying that as if you have some experience.
Just a little bit.
3-1 to Carlos. Well, your experience was that your head of hair was a little thicker than that, wasn't it, back then? Carlos lines one toward left. Anderson spins around. He's not going to get it. Off the base of the wall. Carlos trying for 2. The throw on one hop. He's out at second base. That was a good play by Garrett Anderson.
Yeah, it really was. The ball bounced right back to him after Garrett actually misplaying that ball. I thought maybe Carlos might have hesitated just a little bit going around second base. See this, as that ball comes off the wall, he catches the break right back to him. He gets off a good throw, one hop right there, and he was out. See Carlos going around again and sliding, and
Garrett Anderson now with 4 outfield assists on the season. 0-1 the count to Jamie Moyer. And Jamie fouls it off. It's 0-2. This was close. And he just got the leg before he got the bag. And Jamie's down on strikes. That's a tough pitch. And that's the second out. It might take some time, but make sure you finish tonight's Phillies game with Michael Barkhead and the most extensive game breakdown. Get the expert analysis of former pitcher Ricky Bottalico, plus Greg Murphy's exclusive player reactions on Sloan Toyota Presents Phillies Postgame Live after the ball game, only on Comcast Sportsnet.
Oh, that's a big play there. Ruiz getting thrown out. Well, for the other situation, if he is on first, you got Jamie bunting the ball, but that's a play that's in front of you. You read it yourself. Coach isn't going to tell you not to go or to stay or to go. You have to read that ball.
Jimmy lines one right at Chipper Jones' glove. And Chipper takes a breath as he heads back off the field. So J-Roll hit it hard, but he's retired. This is the final out here at the bottom of the 5th inning. Earned him National League Player of the Week honors. Worth it? You betcha. And it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. We're here for you every step of the way. Top of the 6th inning here at Citizens Bank Park. Jamie Moyer will face Brian McCann, Garrett Anderson, and Yunel Escobar for the Braves. Phillies lead it 3-1. 2 home runs of the game by Ryan Howard. One a solo shot, the other one a 2-run shot. And Jamie beginning his 4th inning of relief of Pedro Martinez. He got McCann swinging on strikes his last time up. Now the Phillies ball girls dressed in the hot pants outfits that the Phillies ushers used to wear back in the 70s. He struck out with them, but hey, he's got his own girl on his arm, right?
Oh, boy.
He's got the old school Phillies jersey on.
Oh, boy.
There's someone for everyone, Sarge.
That's what they say.
0-2 the count to McCann. Chopper right side. Utley to his left. Nice play. And he had time with McCann running. Chase had time to set himself, slow himself, all those things with that wet grass.
Yeah, that's what he wants to do, is keep the hitters off balance. McCann on that particular swing. See Chad Durbin warming up, was off balance. He keeps those guys off balance, and they're not able to extend the arms the way they want. He has a lot more success.
Oh, one away here in the top of the 6th. And Garrett Anderson 1 for 2. Anderson singled his first time up, grounded out against Jamie. And he takes a breaking ball for a strike. I think it's the first curve that Jamie's thrown tonight.
And you notice, too, though, that Garrett just kind of raised his arms up, didn't bail on the ball. Oof, that's painting right there.
Boone Logan up in throwing for the Braves, another one of their lefties. Line drive, foul. That was a tough play for Mackenzie Myers, Phillies ball girl, down the right field line, but she was able to slow it before it hit the base of that half wall.
Yeah, she made a good play on that ball.
She had the chair in the other hand. One and two the count.
He called for a curveball. Ruiz wanted that curveball after that fastball inside. Jamie did not want that pitch. Started him off with a curveball for a strike.
Jamie trying to outthink Garrett Anderson here, which he's been trying to do for a number of years. Hit sharply. Oh boy, that hit right off the face, I think, of Ryan Howard. He still went after the ball. I don't know if that hit it must have hit his upper body. I don't know if it hit if it shot off his upper body and then his lip. I think it may have hit his lip.
Yeah, you're actually right about that. As you see him spit a little bit, and then also touching his lips up there where the ball might have hit him.
Well, that's a tough error.
Well, it is too, though, and he's calling timeout right now. This ball is just smoked there again. And you see how that ball comes up. It did come up a little bit.
Got some water just to get the blood out.
I just see exactly where that ball goes and hits. Now he's trying to one-hand it, and it goes off his wrist. Might have went right there off his chin area.
Well, it is an error charge to Ryan. It's his 10th of the year. So base runner for the Braves here in the top of the 6th inning. And Yunel Escobar, the batter. And he hits one sharply toward the hole at shortstop. Jimmy to second for one. Utley over to first. A 6-4-3 double play. Great defense by the Phillies. A good start by J-Roll. And then the finish by Chase Utley. And Jamie Moyer is through this 6th inning. Jamie's allowed just one run in this outing. Part of the reason why? Phillies baseball is brought to you by W.B. Mason. Who but W.B. Mason for amazingly low office product prices? By Jeep. Hurry to your Jeep dealer and see how good the best values in America can be. By McDonald's, introducing new Angus burgers made with juicy 100% Angus beef, available with premium toppings in 3 varieties for just $3.99. McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by Bud Light, with just the right taste that never fills you up. The difference is drinkability. Shane Victorino is the batter. He'll lead off against Eric O'Flaherty here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Phillies lead it 3-1 over the Atlanta Braves.
Victorino wants to get back to hitting more line drives. He's kind of gotten out of that mode a little bit.
It was interesting listening to him talk about hitting and getting into habits. He said how quickly you can get into bad habits.
Oh.
High chopper towards short. Well, the final series of the 2009 regular season will begin Friday, October 2nd at 7:05 against the Florida Marlins. First 2 games, well, there's still seats available. Log on to Phillies.com. Make your purchase today. Final game, Fan Appreciation Day. That's sold out already. But again, tickets still available for the 2nd and the 3rd. And tonight's attendance, 44,747. The 54th sellout of the night.
Boy, simply amazing. Fans like coming out, seeing this ball club, and they have a great ball club, great nucleus. Gives you an effort day in, day out.
Well, and for the Phillies, you know, this is a big series. I mean, they're up 7 games in the division. The Marlins are trailing in their ball game right now to the Padres in the 9th inning. As Chase rolls one toward LaRoche. And the Phillies really can do some damage this weekend in this series.
Yeah. Well, you're right. It's a big series for the Phillies. Much bigger, however, for Atlanta. You take another look at the home run there by Ryan Howard. This one there going into left field. And then in the 4th inning, straight away center field, Cadillac time. She hits that ball all the way back to the back of the wall. I don't know if we had a distance on that yet, but clearly over 400 feet.
Ryan's batting average up to 270 with his 2 homers tonight. 111 runs batted in. And he's ahead 2 balls and no strikes. The 2 home runs that Ryan has hit tonight moves him back to 3rd place by himself ahead of Prince Fielder in the National League. The RBIs leave him 4 behind Fielder for the league lead.
Prince Fielder having an awful good year, an MVP year himself there in Milwaukee. Seems like the first basemen are leading the way in the league. Albert Pujols is up there.
3-1 the count. Well, since the middle of the year, as Jason Worthwaite's on deck behind Ryan Howard. Behind Jason, that's Sunflower. See Ryan, 29 home runs against the Braves. He leads all active players. And it's 3-2.
Well, it kind of looks that he is in a little bit more of a crouch. And what that would do is make him see the ball a lot better. Early on during the year, it seemed that he was a little more straight up. Nothing wrong with Flowers.
That was a seedling when this night began. That's how much it's rained. Ryan Howard draws a 2-out walk. And he's aboard here in the bottom of the 6th inning. So O'Flaherty issues his first walk. And That means Jason Worth will get a chance to bat against a left-hander. Jason with 29 home runs, 79 RBIs. Chano Park up and loosening in the bullpen for the Phillies. We might see him in the top of the 7th inning. Jamie's thrown 4 innings so far. He's allowed 1 run. And Jason takes one at the knees for a strike. Jason leads the National League in home runs against left-handers. He has 12. 12 of his 29. And he's down on the count 0-2. Charlie has not made a decision yet, hasn't had to, about what Jamie's going to do or what he's going to do with Jamie, but that decision is upon us as Worth goes down on strike. Second strikeout for O'Flaherty, and the decision is made. Jamie Moyer will go back out and pitch the top of the 7th.
'70s night here at Citizens Bank Park. Been kind of a weird night. A lot of rain, 2 rain delays, and, well, how many times do we say it? When the Phillies score, how do they score? They score with homers. Ryan Howard with 2 of them tonight with 3 runs batted in. That's been the ball game. The 2 rain delays totaling 1 hour and 48 minutes. Pedro going 2 tonight, and then Jamie Moyer coming on and pitching 4 solid innings, giving up 1 run, no walks, 5 strikeouts, and he is back out there for the start of the 7th inning. The big guy once again has supplied a lot of offense here tonight, Tom.
Well, a lot of work by the grounds crew in between innings to try to dry up some of that mud out on the mound, and also around first base and different spots around home plate as well. So Jamie will go to work against Adam LaRoche, a left-hander, and you see the diamond draw that they put down around that first base bag. That's where it was getting slick before they put the tarp on the field for the 2nd time tonight. LaRoche struck out against Jamie his first time up, but he pulls one toward the hole right side, and Chase, playing very conservatively in shallow right field, makes the easy play. One away.
Well, you can do that with LaRoche because he pulls the ball and he's slow, not a fast runner, so he can do that. Now they're going. Jamie Moyer, they wanted to go left-hander, and now you bring Norton out. Well, I thought he was going to pitch to Norton because they turned him around right-handed, but he's not the tying run. So if he had been the tying run, I guess he would have pitched to him with the left-hander. They just decided that's it for Jamie, and he's really done a good job again.
Well, Jamie's done a fantastic job so far. He has gone 4 1/3. Chano Park is loosening up. I think Jamie wants to stay. He slaps Carlos Ruiz, gives the ball to Charlie Manuel. Let's take a look and a listen to this reaction from the crowd. Love tonight is a chance to watch Jamie Moyer and what he has been able to do. And Jamie, outstanding work in relief of Pedro Martinez for the second time. Look at what he's done his first 2 relief appearances, both in relief of Pedro when the rains came. 5 strikeouts in each appearance. 4 1/3 tonight, and he'll give way to Chano Park. Chano Park, 39th game, 3-2, a 4.48 ERA. And Greg Norton, who's been introduced as a pinch hitter, will bat left-handed against Park. And he delivers a fastball outside. Norton overall hitting 143. 9 for 63 this season. And he pops it straight up into the rain. Ruiz back toward the screen. Is it going to come back? It does. Well, he followed that perfectly. 2 outs.
Yeah, nice job by Carlos. Just staying totally under control. You see him just turn around, try and find it, and then know it's going to come spinning back, and hopefully it doesn't hit the screen. Right there, tosses the mask away, waits. Come on, baby, spin back to me, and it does. See right there how he gets to a spot, and now he's going to come back, and he's right there waiting for it.
He had time to pepper his glove and adjust the frame of the glove and then make the catch.
The only thing that was a problem for him on that one was looking up into the rain. And other than that, that was an easy pop-up, as high as that was.
So here's Infante batting for the second time. He came on as a pinch hitter in the 5th inning and then stayed in the game for Ryan Church. A lot of rain.
Just an ugly night.
Umbrellas have been up for quite a while. And they count 1 ball and 1 strike.
But, you know, you're in the 7th inning now of a game that you wondered if you had any chance to have an official game here tonight, and now of course it is.
One ball, 2 strikes the count.
Big change now when a guy like Park comes in, because he has some bullets. You know, Jamie's out there working the corners, changing speeds, and Chano Park comes into a right-handed hitter, and he can fire and throw a good hard. Here comes that breaking ball.
And he just barely got a piece of it. That was a good pitch.
Yeah, it was his curve ball. So Carlos put down 2. Usually 2's curveball, 3 would be slider, and a wiggle's a changeup. Just basic signs with nobody at second base. See where they want to go now. That's slider.
And it is a slider, swung on and missed. Chano Park faces 2 batters here in the 7th, and he gets both of them. 1, 2, 3 go the Braves. What a combination tonight. Martinez, Moyer, and Park. Time now for the Dodge Stump the Fans Trivia Quiz. Answer. Who was the last Braves player to hit a home run from both sides of the plate in the same game?
That was a long time ago, so I kind of forgot about it. But, you know, you want me to say Chipper Jones, but I'm going to say...
Wheels, I don't want you to say Chipper Jones unless you're absolutely comfortable that Chipper Jones is the right answer.
I want to say Mark Teixeira.
And you would be correct. Mark Teixeira did it back in July of last year against the Washington Nationals. And he's done it a couple of times, I believe, with the Yankees this year.
Yeah, well, Mark Teixeira. Chipper Jones would be a great choice, but Mark Teixeira had a brief run with the Braves and was pretty good.
How about them talking about the American League MVP and saying, you know, Teixeira and Jeter.
Jeter's having an unbelievable year. What a leader that guy is.
He's going to become the all-time hits leader in Yankee history.
Talking about a Hall of Fame player and a Hall of Fame person. Never hear anything about him playing in that environment, and he just leads and leads and leads from everybody talking about around the Yankees.
Peter Moylan is the new pitcher for the Braves, and Raul Ibanez greets him with a ball off the base of the scoreboard. Raul running well, heading to second. He's thinking about third. He put it into another gear, and Raul Ibanez slides in safely with a leadoff triple. It's his third triple of the year, and it's been a long time coming.
He did a great job of reading that ball coming off the wall and scooting towards center field, and got that triple on himself there. Peter Moylan has not thrown a home run ball this year, which is an amazing stat. 55 innings, no homers. Great job by Ibanez. Now, this is that run the Phillies have so much trouble getting. They have to get it. It's a high sinker. And watch what it does when it hits the base of the wall. See, it starts scooting along the wall, and Diaz has to chase it. Infante was coming over, but Diaz, by the time he got to it, it's a triple.
So the infield is in with the runner on third and nobody out. And Pedro Feliz fouls the first pitch off.
Every run counts in games like this, big important games with guys, teams chasing you. And these are the kind of runs they've been struggling with and have to get better at to win tough games.
Phillies give it to tonight's ball game 5 for their last 39 with runners in scoring position. And Pedro waves at a slider.
Yeah, it's not like, you know, guys don't go up there and know what their job is, what they have to do, what they need to do. They just aren't getting it done.
That slider from Moylan has equated to a .227 batting average for right-handers against them this year. And another one off the end of the bat, a flare toward left field. Escobar going back. He's not going to get it. It drops in for a base hit, and how about that? Pedro Feliz comes through with a looping single to left, and the Phillies lead 4-1.
That ain't pretty, but they'll take it.
Absolutely.
And of course, the Braves have to bring the infield in there. They have no choice. And he serves it out in the number hands lane. He's even laughing about it, too. And sometimes you'll hit a bullet, you make an out, little slider, pulled off it, but hit it right off the end of the bat. No chance for Escobar. Nice extra one.
Well, and it was all set up by Ibanez's triple and his hustle around the base paths. And Carlos Ruiz shows bunt, and he pulls it back and takes that pitch low.
Watch his Peter Moylan. He comes from the land down under, and that's the way he throws.
I have to wonder where the heck this guy was for all those years that he was out of professional baseball. And the first time the WBC came around, that's when he found his way back into the professional ranks. Good bunt by Carlos, gets another runner to scoring position. The sacrifice is successful. 5-4 on the putout. One away, and Matt Stairs is going to pinch hit. Well, these lucky fans are tonight's Citizens 7. They've stuck out through the rain, a couple of rain delays, and they will each receive a prize pack courtesy of Citizens Bank. Citizens Bank with the most 7-day branches in the Philadelphia area. To find a branch near you, visit citizensbank.com.
Looks like the game plan is to try and get more here and then go Madson Lidge tonight. Matt Stairs jersey right there. Looks like an old Expos jersey.
Well, Matt Stairs hitless in a career high 25 straight at bats. And he takes one outside. Look at that. His average down at 200. He has not had a hit since his home run against Matt Capps back on July 11th. One ball and one strike.
Active career leaders, the pinch hitter runs batting. You see Matt's number 1 and Greg Norton, the guy who just popped up number 2, and then Greg Dobbs.
Dobbs and Helms tied for third. Opposite way. Chipper's got it. Stairs is thrown out. Second out. And remaining at second base is Pedro Feliz. Hey, don't forget this Wednesday when the Phillies take on the San Francisco Giants. Great activities here at the ballpark. It's Latino Family Night at the ballpark, brought to you by Goya. Now, Goya and Toyota are again teaming up to help fill abundance on that night. If you bring a Goya product to the ballpark and drop it into the donation bins, then Goya will match that donation and present it to fill abundance. You can order your tickets now by logging on to Phillies.com. Here's Jimmy trying to get a clutch 2-out base hit here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Chopper right side. LaRoche has got it. Well, he is shorthanded over there at first base, and the inning is over. But Pedro Feliz has given the Phillies a little breathing room with an RBI single. Phillies will take a 3-run lead into the 8th. AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered. Well, Ryan Madson is celebrating his 29th birthday today. We mentioned before that Tommy Hansen was celebrating his 23rd. Carlos Quentin of the White Sox and Randy Wells also celebrating birthdays today. So happy birthday to Ryan. And his gift will be the 8th inning here at Citizens Bank Park. His 65th game, 5-4 with a 3.00 ERA. He's averaging more than a strikeout per inning. 64 strikeouts in 63 innings of work. And he will face the top of the order here at the top of the 8th inning. Phillies lead it by 3. Diaz has doubled twice. This is an important game. You never want to overstate too many games in the season, but the Marlins have lost tonight. And a win tonight over the Braves would push both back to 8 games behind the Phillies.
9 in the loss column. And Matson's going to start it off against a really hot hitter. And this guy is hitting everything hard. Good swings by Matt Diaz.
Diaz is 2 for 3 with 2 doubles and an RBI tonight. Hitting almost 400 here in August. And another base hit, and this is going to wind up being another double. He's around first and heading to second quickly, and he's going to be there standing with his 3rd double of the night.
Shoot a hose on that guy. He's unbelievable. And I mean, you make good pitches to him when he hits it. But that looked like a pretty good pitch. He loves to hit the ball the other way. But that, in that case, well, he didn't hit it real hard, but they go away from him. That looked like a cutter. And he doesn't throw that many of those. And Diaz just went right with it, dropped the head on it, and doubles again.
You can give all the numbers you want. But Wheels is right. He is smoking hot. He now has 16 hits in his last 28 at-bats.
And he's just tearing it up in the leadoff role. 3 games now he's batted leadoff. And I think he's got like 8 hits.
Yeah, he's got 8 hits and 14 at-bats. Here's Martin Prado. That'll take one for a strike.
And he's not thinking about just getting them over here now. They're down by 3 in the 8th inning on the road. So, you know, Prado's thinking about damage. He gets him over, fine, but that's not what he's up there to do, I wouldn't think.
Inside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, around baseball tonight, Bobby Cox has seen many a season. He knows what this time of the year can bring. It can bring some teams throwing in the towel, others making one last push for the postseason. A chopper back toward the middle, over the bag. Jimmy's got it, throws to first, safe. Oh boy. Prado hustling all the way. And now runners on first and third.
Yeah, the Braves have a good team. They're not going to quit. That was an excellent play by Jimmy Rollins. A nice cheat by Ryan Howard at first. Didn't get the call. See, Jimmy does all he can. Playing a little deep there with that lead, and then just a flip. Ryan Howard catches. Watch him come off the bag. Real. Oh, he may be out.
Yeah, it looked like he was out.
Well, he didn't argue, though.
Yeah, it looked like he was out by a half a step.
I thought Ryan Howard did a nice little cheat there because it was so close.
Chipper Jones, looper on 1 hop to short. That could be 2. No, a run scores. Ball just wasn't hit hard enough, and Chipper was hustling. They do get it out. It's now a 4-2 game. Jones gets the RBI, his 56th of the year.
Yeah, he really busted down the line in this inning. Both Prado and Chipper Jones, and have beaten play. Although watching that replay,
it looked like Prado was out.
But you know, Ryan Howard didn't argue. He didn't think he was. I guess there wasn't a whole lot of complaining from the infielders. Maybe they thought he was out.
McCann 0 for 3 tonight. 3 for 10 against Ryan. Good change up, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Ball is in the glove
right there,
and the foot is right there. So he's out. Right there. He's still not on the bag. He's bang bang, but he's out.
Another changeup. 1-2 the count. Bill's talking about throwing in the towel. I'm not sure if the Tampa Bay Rays have thrown in the towel, but they have traded Scott Kazmir to the LA Angels of Anaheim for 2 prospects and a player to be named later. They began play tonight, 9.5 games out in the American League East, but still in the mix for that wild card.
Kazmir started a game in the World Series last year.
A little surprised by that.
Yeah.
In the air to left field. Ibanez has room on the warning track. 2 outs.
What you want to see him do there is not get beaten by a ball being pulled. And he was throwing some changeups. That looked like a fastball. And McCann was a little bit late and still hit it well to left field. Even though the porches are short here, you don't want to get beaten with a pitch to pull necessarily.
You know, Charlie was talking about that the other day, and you know, Ryan obviously gave up that home run to Brandon Moss, which was a changeup in that Pirates series that tied Game 2.
And you know, you and I just talked about the pitch before that. I talked about cutters that he had thrown to left-handed hitters and gotten hurt with long balls. Well, cutters are also pitches that you will pull. Have a tendency to pull at a time in the game when you want to stay away from a guy and make him beat you the big part of the ballpark.
You know, they stay away from Garrett Anderson, and he swings and misses at that changeup. And Charlie talked about that after the game with Brandon Moss, and he said it was not the right pitch because you want to throw a fastball. He was throwing 97, 98 that night to Moss, and you want to get him to try to beat you to the deepest part of that ballpark in Pittsburgh. And that's off the end of the bat. That's going to be over the head of Feliz, and he's not going to get there. But he picks it up on 1 hop and holds Chipper Jones at second. The inning's still alive, and a tough hitter due up in Yunel Escobar.
He made a really good pitch on him. A changeup, hit it right off the end of the bat. The Braves know how important every game is right now to them, to the division and the wild card. There's that changeup, and you see he just flares it, and Feliz can't get there.
Escobar just 1 for 6 against Ryan in his career. 0 for 2 tonight with a walk.
You don't want LaRoche coming up. He has a lot better numbers.
Escobar hitting .364 with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. He and Hanley Ramirez have been among the league leaders with runners in scoring position really this entire year. He's got 2 runners on. Chipper's in scoring position at second. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Outside 2-1. Roach does wait on deck. So the runners will be off. Everybody wiping their brow on a tense inning. The runners go in the dirt. Ball 4. The bases are now loaded. And the last 4 games, the end of these 4 games, have been very difficult for Phillies fans to sit and watch because they have been tight.
Well, yeah, now you got a guy up there you really don't want at home plate. LaRoche has tremendous numbers off Madson. He hits well in this ballpark, and he's going to have to make pitches. Now, it's a great time for Rich Doobie to go out and just slow everything up a little bit. Just talk about it.
Pedro Martinez started. He went the first 2. And it is that kind of night. Pretty good symbolism right there by that young man. It is kind of a nail biter. Jamie Moyer went 4 1/3, allowed a run. Chano Park went 2/3, scoreless. Ryan Matson's pitching here in the 8th, and he's allowed a run. And LaRoche stands in, and he takes a fastball up high. That's a strike, belt high. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Kelly Johnson on deck to bat for the pitcher. And they don't want to see Kelly Johnson except to lead off the 9th.
See what LaRoche has done with the bases loaded. There's Johnson stretching. Bobby Cox thinking. Mike Gonzalez loosening. Change up. A little low, and it's 2-1. No swings as the third base umpire. That's Marvin Hudson. It's now 3-1 to Adam LaRoche.
A high fastball. And he held up. Good call.
The infield plays back 3-1. In the air to right center field. Victorino is there, and the inning is over. And the birthday boy works himself in and out of a bases-loaded jam here in the 8th inning. He surrenders 1, and as we go to the bottom of the 8th, it'll be Shane Victorino, Chase Utley, and Phillies baseball is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on your car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 800-947-AUTO. By Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines is ready when you are. Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag It's on by your local Chevy dealers and by Bud Light, which is the right taste that never fills you up. The difference is drinkability. Well, smiles right now because the Phillies still have a 2-run lead, and Ryan Madson just worked out of a bases-loaded jam. You know, they wanted to be on television, and once they got on TV, they realized it. They sat down. They were frozen.
That don't happen.
I mean, they don't have the same kind of professional demeanor, Wheels, that you had in that commercial for Comcast Sportsnet. Victorino lines one toward left field. Garrett Anderson thought he misread that. Maybe he did, but he recovered. And Mike Gonzalez, the new pitcher, has the first out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Well, the Houston Astros are going to finish up help finish up the final homestand here in 2009. They'll be in town beginning Monday, September 28th at 7:05 to start a 4-game series. All 4 games are at 7:05, and it's the final Hatfield Dollar Dog Night here at the ballpark. Log on to Phillies.com. Make your purchase today. And don't forget, this Sunday, when the Phillies wind down this series against the Braves, that game is now an 8:05 start. It was originally scheduled for a day game, but it's now at 8:05. So if you're holding tickets for this Sunday's ball game, well, instead of planning a day here at the ballpark, plan a night.
Well, and if you're planning on an early tailgate, you got to bring maybe breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
And there might be some folks that would do that with
Oh,
us.
sure. It's supposed to be gorgeous on Sunday.
See Gonzalez's numbers this year: 2.45 ERA. And it's 3-0. Ryan Howard with 2 home runs in the on-deck circle. Brad Lidge in the bullpen.
Gonzalez into that act of his that he has out there: 1 pump, 2 pumps, sometimes 3.
It's not something that you would teach a young pitcher, just because there's too many moving parts. Mechanically, it can hamper you. Chase flicks one to right, and he's retired for out number 2. And 2 away. And Ryan Howard, who has 2 home runs tonight and a walk, will get one more chance to hit his 3rd.
And his 3rd 3-home run game, of course, came off these Atlanta Braves in this ballpark, and all were off Tim Hudson.
Tim Hudson, who will pitch Monday for the Braves against the Florida Marlins. He is in town with Atlanta.
Big lift for them. Get a guy like Tim Hudson back.
Plus,
not pitch Kawakami on Monday, and Hudson will pitch in his spot, Tom.
Plus, if you read Hudson's quotes, I mean, they were really good.
No, he's a pro, man. You know, he's one of the really good pitchers in the game.
It's not a home run, but it's a base hit for Ryan. He's going to try to leg it out for 2. Around first, heading to second. And the throw by Diaz not in time. It's a 3-hit night for Ryan. 29th double of the year. And he deserves a standing O, because he has been sizzling hot.
Good swings tonight. You got a walk off the left-hander of Flaherty. Now you get the breaking ball there from Gonzalez. Hung it a little bit. It stayed inside the ball really nice and hooks it over the head of the second baseman, Prado. And you see Gonzalez thinking, oh, he's got him nice and deep. He makes the check. No, can't get it.
Well, they're going to walk Jason Worth intentionally to face Raul Ibanez, lefty against lefty, instead of the lefty against the righty.
Well, it makes a lot of sense. They're just trying to keep every run they can off the board right now. It's only a 2-run game going into the 9th inning at this point. And Roger McDowell, been here a few years now as Bobby Cox's pitching coach after Leo Mazzoni had such a long run in Atlanta.
Big shoes to fill, too, for Roger McDowell. And that first year, he took some heat, but he has turned into a really good pitching coach.
Roger, they say, is a very good teacher. Very calm. You know, he always, as a player, he was a riot. Roger was just a laugh a minute to be around. So much fun. And you never really pictured him being serious enough to be a coach. You know, he was just a prankster. He used to give Vuk out. He had a way that he could time a hot foot, and he would never say. To this day, he won't tell you how he would do it, but he would be able to put a match on his shoe, matches on his shoe, and then but it wouldn't go off right away. Vuk was out coaching first one night, and he was out there, and the thing went off, and he's out there kicking the bubble gum and the stuff and the hot foot off his shoe. Roger was funny.
Here's Ibanez, and he takes a swing and a miss. Well, ask any of Roger McDowell's former teammates if you ever thought he would be a coach.
No.
And they would just smile, the biggest smile, and shake their head. No.
He was just so much fun to be around, and still is when you run into him.
1 ball, 1 strike, the count.
Roger always had that look in his eye like he was 3 steps ahead of everybody.
And he may have been.
Hand in the cookie jar. Now he's an adult.
There's a pop-up right over our heads.
They never come up here like
No,
that.
that one was coming this way. Well, if you want to see Ryan Howard's 2-home run game, which is this one, it will encore tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. on the Comcast Network.
Ryan Howard got hit in the lip. That ground ball went off his glove. A hard ground ball off his glove hit him right in the mouth. A couple innings ago, you see him kind of working on that a little bit out there.
In the air to right field. Towering shot. Doesn't have the distance. It doesn't. Diaz over toward the corner. Makes the grab. The ball was coming back. And the inning is over. So the Phillies strand 2. We head to the 9th. Brad Lidge time here at Citizens Bank Park. Of the McNabb-Vick offense. All the news Philly fans need to know after the ball game on Sports Night on Comcast Sportsnet. Well, top of the 9th inning, Phillies lead it 4-2. And Brad Lidge is on to try to save it. 54th game. No wins, 6 losses, 25 saves. He's blown 9. And his ERA at 7.5. And Brad talked at length today before the start of the ball game about his stuff, and said, you know, there are times this year, in particular over his last few outings, that he feels like his stuff, and he means his fastball and his slider, is as good now as it was last year. You know, he said he still feels confident. His teammates have backed him, and Rich Doobie has as well, and Charlie Manuel has been unbelievably loyal to Brad Lidge. And he was asked again today about Brad, and he said, hey, I saw what he did last year. I know he can do it. Final month of the season, let's see him do it. Kelly Johnson leads it off as a pinch hitter, and there's a slider for a strike. Brad's teammates have come to his defense over the last few days. Chase Utley has said some real strong things about Chase, or about Brad, excuse me. 1 ball and 1 strike, saying that guys still fear Brad Lidge when they come up to the plate. They know what that slider can do and what that fastball can do. And there's the slider. 1-2 the count.
3 straight.
Kelly Johnson, a .215 hitter, as you saw. And he spins him away with a fastball. Chad Durbin, one of Brad's bullpen mates, was asked the other day about Brad's struggles and what they do to help him along. A roller to the right side. Chase has got it. First out is in the books. And Chad said, we're here for him. We don't say too much. He's got a lot of folks in his ear. If he needs to talk, we're all here to listen. And I think over the last several years, and even before Chad Durbin and Tyler Walker and Scott Air and Brad Lidge got here to Philadelphia, that bullpen, and it began with Tom Gordon and Brett Myers a couple years ago and guys like that, that bullpen has been very close-knit.
Well, he threw him 3 sliders and 2 fastballs. And now he starts Infante with a breaking ball. So he started both hitters with sliders and got them over.
And that's the key.
Yeah, because they've been talking about him throwing fastballs early in the count and getting him over. And tonight he's doing the opposite.
Line drive, one hopper, skids right to Jimmy. Plenty of time. 2 outs here in the top of the 9th inning.
There's another breaking ball that was in a little bit, you know, kind of a backup slider almost. And it kind of jammed him with it. You know, Lidge, I asked him one time about that. He says he thinks he can throw a backup slider when he wants to, which to me was like, whoa. But watch it. See what happens? See, it's a backup slider. It started out there, and then it came back a little bit, and it jammed the hitter because the hitter's eyes are saying, that thing's got to be away from me.
Matt Diaz has a career-high 3 doubles tonight. He's the batter. And a fastball that Brad may have overthrown a little bit, even though it came in at 93.
Well, Diaz is a baseball player. He's getting better and better, and even though he's a hot hitter, he just wants to get on here. So he's going to make him throw a strike, I think. Just that first pitch approach that he had. Well, he's going to wait. And he knows he's not the tying run right now. And as hot as he is, he hits a home run. They're still down by a run. Shows you a lot about a player when they know how to play the game like that.
Diaz 3 for 4, an RBI, a run scored, 3 doubles. And there's a strike on the inside corner. 3 straight fastballs, and the count 2-1. Nasty slider. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count.
Yeah, that's that one's really hard to hit. 70s night, doing a little 70s act there.
He wants everybody else to join him if Brad can get this final strike.
He's a disco dandy right there.
2 balls, 2 strikes the count. With 2 outs. Got him. Slider swung on and missed, and Brad Lidge with a perfect top of the 9th inning. The Braves are retired a 1-2-3, and the Phillies lead in the National League East is up to 8 games over the Atlanta Braves and the Florida Marlins. Ryan Howard, our Chevrolet player of the game, 3 for